McWicked Time is back to challenge All-Star Cheddar and Sports Activator.
The inside, winding up 3 wide from last. DA Cinnamon Crunch 1:26 and 3 2 3/4, and Lion Shining still in command with Ladysmith next closest from the inside. Scrivener Hanover has some late pace, but it's not nearly enough to catch Lion Shining, who wins by about 2 over Ladysmith. Then it looked like Senorita I Am on the inside, and Scrivener Hanover in 1:56 and 4. Sweet Lou out of Angel Divine, owned by Susan Waugh of Ottawa, bred by Steve Stewart of Paris, Kentucky, and Charles and Julie Nash of Lexington, Kentucky. Her trainer is William Douglas, and her regular driver, William Waugh. That's the 3rd seasonal victory in her 6th start this year. A 1:56 and 4 victory for Lion Shining. Take his turn here as they head down the stretch. Parked first over and no longer gaining is Little Diamond, 1:25 and 2. The clocking 2 3/4. It's an expanding 3-4 length lead now for Sports Activator. Getting to the winner's circle again. He's ahead of All-Star Cheddar 2nd and a gap of about 3 lengths back to Irresistible in 3rd, 1:54 flat. Lloyd Howley of Cars, Ontario, bred by Lloyd Howley, trained by Michael Armstrong, and driven to a 2nd consecutive win by Flyin' Ryan Guy in 1:54 flat. Sports Activator is the fastest 3-year-old male pacer on a 5/8 mile track so far this season in Canada. This is his 2nd win in his 4th seasonal start. Men and Guy Gagnon coming first over. Sequence Hanover yet to move a muscle. Coltrane DeVee needs to do more and is now coming up the inside lane for Berube. Coming after Wild Dream Men, widest of all, MVP's Daughter, and it's a close one here for place, but they don't catch Wild Dream Men. It appears to be MVP's Daughter, 2nd on the outside, then Sequence Hanover and Coltrane DeVee. 2:02 flat. Owned by Kathleen Pelletier of Mirabel and Chantal Gravel of Saint-Sorel de Wendover, Quebec. Bred by Terra Hills Stud Limited of Ontario. Trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. The 2:02 flat victory is a new lifetime mark for Wild Dream Men. Congratulations. In 1:27 and 3, Time to Dancing now out there by about 8 lengths, and it's going to be a powerful win for Time to Dancing. Battling for 2nd, Giddy Up Max, just ahead of Bees Terrific, and then about 4 lengths back to 4th place, Major Motion, 1:56 and 4. Now parading back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle, the unofficial race 4 winner, number 4, Time to Dancing. He's a 6-year-old bay gelding by Time to Roll out of Dance Hall, owned by a numbered Quebec Corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, bred by Jake Schwartz of Bern, Indiana, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. That's the 8th seasonal start and first 2024 victory, a 1:56 and 4 winning mile for Time to Dancing. Temptation first over, and behind her, Butterfly Kisses could swing wide for the stretch drive. 1:24 and 2 3/4 coming down the stretch, fighting back on the inside. Lady Corona has been put away. DA Temptation to her outside, coming on. Butterfly Kisses, and DA Temptation will prevail over Next Best, the Turning Point, and then Butterfly Kisses in 1:53 and 4. Trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's her 2nd seasonal victory in her 12th start of the season. And the 153-4 win is the fastest ever for DA Temptation. Congratulations on the new lifetime mark, DA Temptation for Guy Gagnon. Eyes of Justice, and third over coming from near last, the Magic of Life, out of it, far back, Current Danger, 126 and 3 3/4, and by an expanding 10-length lead, Warrawee Exult and Ryan Guy Exultant as they hit the wire all alone. Warrawee Exult gets there in 156-1 ahead of Monk and Mask of Zorro. Lockwood, Ontario, bred by Warrawee Farm and trained by Michael Armstrong. Driven to his second win of the 2024 season. This time by fly-in Ryan Guy in 156-1. With the pace, or the trot, I should say, being pressed by Cleveland Miska, who's first over and challenging down the stretch. Widest of all, Masterwork up the cones. Here comes Rocket Men, and it looks like Masterwork is going to make his first start a winning one. Masterwork, a masterpiece for Robert Shepard. 202-4. Earl, owned by driver Robert Shepard of Mirabel, Quebec, bred by Overseas Farms Limited of Cambridge, Ontario, and trained by Isabelle Darvaux as a first lifetime start and a first winning start for Masterwork. 202-4, a maiden victory and mark. Posing like a professional already. Congratulations on the first lifetime win to Masterwork. Coming on now from further back is Ciel Bleu coming down the stretch. It's Show Me the Magic, having been taken to task by Southwind Russian, who looks to pull away from Ciel Bleu, who reaches up for the place spot. Southwind Russian, his third in a row. He wins by 3 over Ciel Bleu. Further back by about 4 in third was Show Me the Magic, 157-2. Returning to the Rideau Carleton Winners Circle for his third consecutive winners photo, number 3, Southwind Russian, the unofficial Race 8 winner. He's a 4-year-old brown gelding by Tactical Landing out of Raising Roxanne, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, bred by Southwind Farms of Pennington, New Jersey, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. That's Southwind Russian's third consecutive win in his 4th start of the year. Yard wants to get involved in the stretch drive. Guy Gagnon asking for more from Beach Journey. Coming up the inside, Going Yard. Coming on widest, it's Big Cheddar trying to sting the leader. And Big Cheddar, a big win in her Rideau debut over Beach Journey and Beauty is Blind, 155-3. And making her appearance in the Rideau Carleton Winners Circle, unofficial Race 9 winner number 4, Big Cheddar. She's a 5-year-old bay mare by Better Than Cheddar out of Big Bottom. Owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario. Bred by Winback Farm of Chesapeake City, Maryland. Trained by Mandy Archer. Driven to her 3rd win of the year in her 9th 2024 start by Robert Shepard. First over second, wide of him, Blue Moose is coming on late. They're just chasing for minor shares, though. Springbridge Jim past 3/4 all alone, 124-1. He's up front and going away here, battling for place. Blue Moose against Candid Cameron, it's Blue Moose second, Candid Cameron third, and up for fourth was Stardog, 155 flat. Thursday's card of 10 live races at Rideau Carleton Raceway saw Canada's fastest 3-year-old male pacer of the year on a 5/8 mile track continue his winning ways in race 2. Sports Activator scored in 154 flat, his second consecutive win for driver Ryan Guy and trainer Mike Armstrong. Sports Activator is a 3-year-old bay colt by Sports Writer out of town Jiffy, owned by Lee Cullen of Ottawa with Lloyd Howley of Cars Ontario. Join us again this Sunday for more live racing from the nation's capital.
Did you know there are over 80 horses that are cared for and trained here at the Rideau Carleton backstretch?
No live races? We still got you covered. Watch and wager on races all across North America 7 days a week. How much does it cost to play? It's free. Why would you pay to play?
Enjoy all your favorite comfort foods
without missing a race.
Open 7 days a week. Horse racing at Rideau Carleton. So much more than live. Live from the nation's capital, Ottawa, Ontario, Rideau Carleton Raceway embarks on its 62nd year of racing.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 15th race date of the 2024 meet at Rideau Carleton Raceway. First post is coming up at 6:30 p.m. Thanks very much to those of you joining us on track or online from across North America. Track is fast. Conditions partly cloudy. Air temperature 23 degrees Celsius, 73 Fahrenheit. Winds are from the northeast at 12 kilometers an hour, 7 miles per hour, and humidity 59%. There were several changes starting in race 1. The 7 Afro Star changed the driver to Jean-Francois Gauthier on the 7 Afro Star in race 1. No changes in race 2. In race 3, one driver change on 4, the Colt. Mike Healy will drive number 4, the Colt, in race 3. Some equipment changes in race 4. The 1 Kinder Kanogami goes from blind to blinkers, and the 2 Illicit Affair goes from blind to blinkers and removes Murphy left. An equipment change in race 5 on number 5, Aladdin, who goes from open bridle to blinkers. In race 6, a driver change on number 2, Dream Choice. Stéphane Pouliot will drive number 2, Dream Choice, in race 6. In race 7, number 5, Mock Art in Motion gets a shoeing change, removing steel front, adding flip-flops, and also adding a Murphy blind inside. No changes in race 8 or 9. And in race 10, the also eligible Time to Dancing is scratched. That's your changes for the 10 race card coming up.
These are the top drivers at Rideau Carleton Raceway.
we're about 23 minutes away from race 1, and we did have 2 qualifiers earlier. In the first, Always Be Merry was a 1:59 flat front end winner for trainer-driver Andrew Moore. In the second qualifier, it was trotter Duramax winning by over 12 lengths in 1:59 flat for Robbie Robinson as driver, and Stephen Leroux, the owner-trainer. Tonight's Worth Remembering coming up is a very popular horseman who's been active for decades and has lots of friends across the industry. It's a highlight recommended by former track announcer and horseman John McMillan, focusing on Jacques Baudouin and a certain horse he had. So stick around, we'll be showing that soon. Hello, welcome to Rideau Carleton Raceway this Sunday for more live racing. We've got 10 races coming up tonight, and we're going to walk you through some of them. I'm Melissa Keith, track announcer and handicapper.
I'm Robbie Robinson, trainer-driver.
And Glenn Pearson, track handicapper.
So we'll take a look, starting in race 1, where I think Hurricane Carlo is going to be the likely favorite from post 2 after that win, but I'm going back to Tahuya Brew here. Jimmy Gagnon often getting the long shots at a very nice price lately.
I'm going with Hurricane King Carlo or Jim's Big Thrill. Tahuya Brew, he started the season off good and then he faltered and he's now out probably 4 weeks.
Yeah.
So when a Victor Putty horse is out 4 weeks, there's got to be an issue.
Okay.
Yeah, he likes to start them about 50 times a year if he can get them in. I agree with you, Robbie. I'm going with the 2, the 1. I like Big Pete style as well.
He's in my try, yeah.
To round that out. And my sleeper horse in there is the 3, Always Your Way, the Jamie Johnson horse. Just seems to be closing hard, but just is not in the right place at the right time.
And no one looking to the 6 Lancaster Bomber coming in?
No. I look to him. He shows nice miles. Not a lot of starts last year, but he does have a little bit of back class. He's got a mark of 50, so if he...
A lot of zeros there.
The class relief, and I guess he went winless for Mandy Archer when she had him in 6 starts here last time he was at this track, so that's probably why. Take a look at race 2 here, and we've got the top class trotters, and I'm counting on him a stand-up guy here, the 4, to possibly upset his win-streaking stablemate, the 5, Meadow Branch Noble, but we'll see. He was closing fast last time.
I go back to Meadow Branch Noble. You get Guy there. He's going to want to head for the front to win it, and I don't know. It's just it's a compact field, but it's a nice field. That should be a real good race.
Yeah, I went with the 5 as well, and I like the stablemate, but I also like Donatover, and CrossFit. Actually, any one of these horses wouldn't surprise me. Could win it or could easily be second. Just depends on the kind of trip you're going to get.
They're all legit preferred horses at Rideau.
Yeah, for sure.
It definitely describes that race. So in race 3, post 7 and Skylar, I couldn't say no to that with Jimmy Gagnon driving. Looks like Jimmy Gagnon's choice over the Colt. And you had something to say about
the
the
Colt. Gord Lee's been doing an amazing job. Jimmy Gagnon gave the horse a real good drive, but he's moving up again. But Gord Lee, I've known him probably over 40 years. And something that people don't know about Gord Lee is he's one hell of a singer. He can do a mean Elvis, and other songs that he would perform at the bars is The Weight and Tie Down the Battleship Chains.
Really?
But he, very good singer, Gord.
Thank you very much, son Elvis Presley. You know who I went to? I went back to Flash Cube on the rail. I did not like that last race. To me, there was not a real big effort there from the outside post. I like him, and I like Rockin' Zeus a bit too. So we'll see. I got a little stroke beside Gordy Lee, the Colt, because he surprised me last week. So who knows? Maybe 2 weeks in a row.
I like Flash Cube. He's got the rail. There's only one place he's going, and I think he's a classy enough horse. Skylar, that scares me. He finished 9th last time, and they dropped him right back to 18. So.
We'll find out. I think Flash Cube is going to be the favorite with the class in post relief, but he really needed the wire last time. Party Vibes made a second move and almost got him, so we'll see. Take a look at race 5 now, the top class pacers. We don't have the Light Speed. We do have Light the Torch, and maybe I'm a fool, but I'm going to put him on top again here. He's young, he's still new to this class, but I'm just waiting on it. He's been competitive.
I'm going Aladdin. 3rd start. Last time he sat in the 2-hole behind the
Smooth Lou.
Smooth Lou, and he got drugged back. Like, he got stopped up pretty good. I think you're going to see a better effort out of him tonight. You might even see him right on the front end tonight.
So I like your 2 picks for 2nd and 3rd. I'm going to Jet Rock.
Post
I
7.
just think that horse has a few starts under his belt. I don't think post 7 matters to him. It's a short, compact field. He come home like a rocket. So, it'd be nice if he gets away 4th or 5th, but I like those 3 horses, 4, 5, and 6.
The only worrisome thing for me there is if he gets some dead traffic in front of him.
Yeah, that could happen.
And race 6 here, Betts Beach. I quite like. That's my best bet, actually. The 3. Pascal Berube looks like he took him over Run for the Money, who put in a really good start last time.
Yeah, that line looks really impressive. Parked the whole way and
I
drew
watched
off
the
by
replay
7.5.
too. A very impressive Hippodrome 3-hour mile for that one.
But when you've got a class that's $350 per start, he's not beating a whole lot.
Trip though.
Yeah.
To do that good off that trip.
I agree with you, and I like my Bitcoin, the 3-horse. Stefan Brasso driving today, and I like Nick Shook Sally. Unfortunately, the filly may be in a little tough, and I like this announcer's dream horse, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph.
Which was part of our amateur race calling races, and whoever did it did a good job, I remember.
He's been improving that horse. Like, he's been 4th the last couple times, but his miles are getting better. So.
Should be on the bottom of the ticket for sure.
Top 3 here for me, and don't leave out the rail horse, Red Carpet Ready. Paced the quickest mile of her life here in the show finish on Sunday. So let's take a look at race 7. Some other high-quality pacers here, including Shotgun Jerry and Dylan's Bank, who didn't come up with a win, surprisingly, getting stung by the Colt last time. What happens tonight?
Well, it all depends this race. Shotgun Jerry, if he goes straight to the front, it'd be tough. But the 2 times he's went to the front, he's had to let somebody go and remove, and it just seemed to take the sting out of him. Perpetual Rock, that horse has raced well here in the past. Dylan's Bank, he raced well. He just was lacking room to go anywhere. And Jaden's Magic Steel finished. He fits this class well. I think the inside 4 are the key horses in this race.
It's exactly what I did, the inside 4, and I think Dylan's Bank's going to hit the front, and he's gone. I don't think you're going to see the same type of trip that he took last week. He was in, out, and struggling for room at the wire. He's a front-end horse. He's in a good class. He's got an inside post. Header to the front, catch me if you can.
Moving on to race 9. That's my spot play. The 4, Badlands Bay in there, has never missed the Rideau Exactor last year. And back for Robert Shepard, coming in from Hippodrome 3R, was parked 3 wide on the last turn and just got out sprinted for place. So I watched that race and I thought, he looks good here. He might be a price. He's in somewhat deep, though, I think. Conquest, Sealster, Century Jazz.
Yeah. I think if Conquest Sealster is anywhere near what he was last time, I know I've picked this horse in the past and he's disappointed me, but if he can go to the front and get freewheeling, I don't think there's anybody can pace with him. The 1 and the 2 may follow, but I can't see anybody going with him. I thought Moonwalker would be good last week, but he's got more of an outside post this week, so he couldn't get anywhere near him. So I don't see anybody get beating that horse myself.
I think the element of surprise was part of it with Conquest Sealster last time too, though. I don't think anybody expected that 153-3 win on the front end, but
My picks are the same as yours, Robbie. Conquest Sealster, I went to Moonmarker for second and the inside 2 to round out third. I think Badlands Bay, even though went a decent mile, is in tough enough. Another one of those coming out of cheap condition, 3 orders.
463 bucks. And race 10, we have a newcomer coming in from the rail, Carson Star Choice, who was claimed into the Guy Gagnon stable and was beaten 3-5 fave at Western Fair last start. So he's coming in here, has got a class hike, but I think he could be good from the rail.
I'm going with, I think, is the best bet of the night, and if he...
Who's that?
Number 7, Stonebridge Hermes. If he brings anywhere near 8-1, I don't
Yeah,
like.
we'll line up you and me both.
Yeah, you just go to the bank, borrow all the money you can get, and put it on Stonebridge Hermes. He just overlays his field so much. Now Carson's Star Choice, first time Guy Gagnon. Guy does a great job. He could be tough, but I can't see anybody beating Stonebridge Hermes. Maybe the 9 be there, 5 get a small piece.
You don't think Sonny Bo's going to want the front end as well?
I didn't like Sonny Bow last week.
No.
I was in the race. I watched him in the post grade, and he went to the gate. And the only thing, he got used a little hard to get to the front, but he didn't look like the same Sonny Bow that win the 3 in a row.
I've just been watching in those later races, the late speed is seemingly where it's at lately and producing some prices. So I'm a little scared of these front end loving horses and their ability to carry it through the full mile, but we'll see. So anything else to add or?
No, Stonebridge Hermes for
Yeah?
me. I like him as well. I like the 9 a little bit. I like
Favaro
Guy's
Sealster.
horse for third.
Yeah.
I think maybe, and Sonny Bow, I mean, you got to put him on the ticket somewhere. Him at the bottom. Maybe it's one of these high 5 races.
It is.
So they're tough to get. Like, I mean, I look at my ticket and I got first, second, missed the third, got fourth, fifth, missed the fourth, got third, fifth. You know what I mean? They're tough and they chew up a lot of cash. So
Like after the top 3 in there, like, I don't know, anybody could be 4th and 5th.
Exactly.
There's an element of ticket construction and an element of luck.
and there's
but-
a button called all.
Yes, that's racing. Hope you join us tonight for the card. Good luck in all your wagers. We're about 10 minutes away from race 1 post time, and there have been a couple of scratches just announced that you'll want to mark down in your programs. Race 3, the 5, Silverado, has been scratched. Transportation. Race 3, again, that's the 5, Silverado, scratched. Transportation. Also, race 10. The also eligible Time to Dancing was scratched previously. The 8, Rockin' My Dream, is now also scratched. Transportation in race 10. We'd like to congratulate the 2024 Atlantic Regional Driving Champions, decided recently at Red Shores, Charlottetown. Redmond Doucette of Nova Scotia and Dave Dowling, runner-up, will be going on to the 2024 National Driving Championship on July 5th at Hippodrome 3R. Congratulations to Redmond Doucette Jr. and Dave Dowling. We should also make note that the Quebec Eastern Ontario Regional Driving Championships was rescheduled. It's on Sunday, June 2nd at Hippodrome 3R, and a number of Rideau Carleton regulars will be participating.
Night of my life, and wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride. Baby, don't you know I'm good? Yeah, I'm feeling alright. 'Cause I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Baby, I'ma have the best freaking night of my life, and wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride. Baby, don't you know I'm good? Yeah, I'm feeling alright. 'Cause I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Baby,
We're about 4 minutes away from post time for race 1 with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and early daily double wagering. There was only one change, just the driver change on the 7 Afro Star, who will now be driven by Jean-Francois Gauthier. On tonight's Worth Remembering, a recommendation from John McMillan, well-known Rideau Carleton past track announcer and horseman. Jacques Baudouin has trained and driven numerous champions in his career spanning 5 decades. 2 of John's favorites were Sapperly Popette and Drivers Wanted. Tonight on Worth Remembering, we will feature Mock Impact, another great horse developed by Jacques and Gilles Baudouin.
The spot at the rail in 5th, just ahead of Bet Till Dawn. Show Me Some Magic has 1 beaten, and that's Mitt Jagger. They round the first turn battling and pace towards that opening quarter. Mock Impact retakes the lead, 29 seconds flat, quarter time. Mock Impact and Bodway on the lead at 3 to 5. In the pocket, OK Jasmine from second. The Platinum Guy looks at it from third. Better Flyboy is the fourth one. Mockapello comes to the outside fifth, first over. Bet Till Dawn is there in sixth. Racing seventh, Show Me Some Magic and Mitch Jagger tracing the field from eighth as they pace their way towards the half. It's a front striding Mock Impact in 59 and 1. To the backstretch they go. Mock Impact is on a length lead. OK Jasmine is getting the pocket tour. The Platinum Guy a first up third. Better Flyboy to the inside is fourth. Second over fifth for Mockapello inside 3/8 of a mile. Bet Till Dawn is third out into the flow. Show Me Some Magic scoots up the cones. Four more to Mitt Jagger, who trails the field. They race their way by 3/4 in 1:27 and 4. Mock Impact is the one they're all chasing. Stalking from second. OK Jasmine. Better Flyboy is there in third with an 1/8 of a mile to go. It's Mock Impact's race to win or lose from here. Mock Impact leads them for home. OK Jasmine giving futile chase from second. Mock Impact, a decisive winner in the 11th race, drawing away by 4. OK Jasmine second. Better Flyboy was third, finishing fourth. Show Me Some Magic in 1:56 and 1.
Jacques Baudouin driving tonight at Rideau Carleton, and according to the USTA records I'm looking at, he's on the brink of a 500th lifetime training win, sitting at 499 at the moment. On your screens, we're taking a look at the early pick 4, which kicks off in race 2. I went with 3 horses in each leg of the early pick 4. They have been competitive fields lately, and sometimes you have to look a little deeper to find those winners. In race 2, I'm taking a look at the 4, 5, and 3. These are top-class trotters, so I'm using I'm a Stand-Up Guy, his Mandy Archer stablemate, Meadow Branch Noble, and Raising Rusty, who could be a price here. Race 3, it's the 7, 2, and 1, Skylar, who's won from that post a couple of times already, as well as full horse and likely favorite, Flash Cube. In race 4, it's the 1, 4, and 5, Kinder Kenogami, coming off a maiden victory here last start, and also using Wild and Crazy for Robert Shepard and Benoit Hebert, seems to be on the brink of improvement, And All-Star Ballerina, the 5 for Guy Gagnon and Ty Robillard. In the last leg, I also used 3 horses. It's still an economical ticket with the base wager of 20 cents, $16.20 for this ticket, using the 475 in the last leg. Big Pete Style is among those horses. The horses will be coming out for the post parade shortly. And the Pacers are coming out for the post parade right now. They're $8,500 claimers going for a purse of $5,200. One is Jim's Big Thrill, owned by Talon Robinson, trained by Brian Scott, driven by Stefan Pouliot. Two is Hurricane King Carlo, owned by Michel Letarte, with Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. He's the current 1-5 favorite. 3 is Always Your Way, owned by trainer Jamie Johnson with Sonia Johnson and driven by Robert Shepard. Four is Big Pete Style, owned by Rachel Burns, trained by Michael Armstrong and driven by Ryan Guy. 5 is Tahuya Brew, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty and driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Six is Lancaster Bomber, owned by Scott Miller, trained by Christina Miller and driven by Joshua Miller. Seven is Afro Star, who is owned by Emma Bouchard, trained by Sylvain Tremblay, and note the driver change to Jean-Francois Gauthier. Completing the field from post 8, Rock and Roll Nation, owned by Michel Grenier, trained by Alain Martin, driven by Mike Healy. That's your 8-horse field for race 1, again with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and daily double wagering. We're taking a look at the favorite. He's now 2-5. It is the 2, Hurricane King Carlo. He was 3 wide early last Sunday. He cleared Big Pete's Style to make front just past the opening quarter and hung tough on the front end. He held off a first over move from Jim's Big Thrill on the second turn, and he hasn't missed the board here in 4 seasonal starts at this claiming level. An understandably popular choice, the 2, Hurricane King Carlo. Here's an early pick 4, which begins in race 2 from fellow Rideau handicapper Glenn Pearson. An economical $3.20 ticket. Again, that kicks off next race, the first of 3 pick 4s available tonight. The starter has called the horses for race 1. Last chance to wager. They're lining up. Number 1, Jim's Big Thrill, Stéphane Pouliot. 2, Hurricane King Carlo, Guy Gagnon. 3, Always Your Way, Robert Shepard. 4, Big Pete Style, Ryan Guy. 5, Tahuya Brew, Jimmy Gagnon. 6, Lancaster Bomber, Josh Miller. 7, Afro Star, Jean-Francois Gauthier. And 8, Rock and Roll Nation, Mike Healy. They're all in line, approaching the start. They're off and pacing with the inside 4 contesting the early lead. They're battling 1-2 with Jim's Big Thrill and Hurricane King Carlo disputing the front end. Sitting third now is Always Your Way. Following him from 4th in program order, Big Pete Style. They head to the opening turn with Hurricane King Carlo looking to land on the lead for Guy Gagnon. He's about to clear. They reach the quarter pole in 28-1. Hurricane King Carlo has now opened up by 2 lengths over Jim's Big Thrill. It's back to Always Your Way third. A 3-length gap to Big Pete Style following 4th. Behind him, Tahuya Brew. Then it's a first over move from Afro Star. Sitting second last, Lancaster Bomber. And stepping out from the back of the field, Rock and Roll Nation. They're into the second turn and approaching the halfway mark with Guy Gagnon leading by a smaller margin now with Hurricane King Carlo. They reach the half in 58 seconds flat. And still waiting to make a move from the pocket, Jim's Big Thrill, tighter up in third, Always Your Way. Here comes a Big Pete Style, advancing first over. Into third on the outside, shuffled back on the inside to Tahuya Brew, and the outer flow is developing now as Rock and Roll Nation comes second over, 127-1. They're ganging up on Hurricane King Carlo. He's trying to extend his lead, but it's a narrow one at the moment, and the stretch looms ahead. Hurricane King Carlo with action on the outside from Big Pete Style, up the inside. Jim's Big Thrill coming on late. They're trying to catch Hurricane King Carlo, and he's the king once again. Hurricane King Carlo over Jim's Big Thrill. Coming on late, Lancaster Bomber. Also Big Pete Style was there, 156-4. Unofficial results are now posted for race 1. The 1-5 favorite, number 2, Hurricane King Carlo. The race winner, 1, Jim's Big Thrill, second. 4, Big Pete Style, third. And 6, Lancaster Bomber, fourth. Results remain unofficial. Now in the Rideau Carleton Winners Circle is Race 1 winner, and a popular one at that. Number 2, Hurricane King Carlo, and driver Guy Gagnon. Hurricane King Carlo is a 6-year-old bay gelding by Art Speak out of All-American Celeb, owned by Michel Letarte of Quebec with Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton of Ontario, bred by Hanover Shoe Farms, Pennsylvania, trained by Mandy Archer, and driven by the king himself, Guy Gagnon. That's the 5th win in the 20th start of the year for Hurricane King Carlo. Race 1 is now official. Number 2, Hurricane King Carlo, pays $2.70 to win. The $2 exactor 2-1 combination pays $9.60. $1 try 214 returns $13.30, and the $1 superfecta $56.25 for the 2146 ticket. The race 1 rundown is now on your screens. 1, Jim's Big Thrill finished 2nd. 2, Hurricane King Carlo, the 1-5 winning favorite for Guy Gagnon. 3, Always Your Way finished 6th. 4, Big Pete Style was 3rd. 5, Tahuya Brew was 7th. 6, Lancaster Bomber 4th. 7, Afro Star finished 8th. And 8, Rock and Roll Nation was 5th. From the top down, your program should read 216-374-85. The fractions were 28 and 1 to the opening quarter, 58 seconds at the half, 127 and 1 at 3/4, and 156 and 4, the winning mile for Hurricane King Carlo and Guy Gagnon. Moving on to race 2 now. It's a 5-horse preferred handicap trot. A very deep but small field. second leg of the early double, and it also kicks off the early pick 4. There's exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering. No changes in race 2. The current favorite, number 5, Meadow Branch Noble, is 1-5. Many believers in this horse, who's only been defeated once this year at Rideau Carleton. And in Guy Gagnon, of course, who delivered with a favorite in the opening leg of the early double. As Robbie Robinson noted on the pregame show, it's not a one-horse race. There are others in here which, with the right trip and racing luck, can certainly be a factor as well. I'm leaning towards number 4, I'm a Stand-Up Guy, the Mandy Archer stablemate of Meadow Branch Noble, as a possible upsetter here. He was closing well in their most recent matchup, May 19th. My suggested pick 4 ticket is now posted on your screens. You could single Meadow Branch Noble. He's 1-9 at the moment, but sometimes even a horse like him can encounter a trip or luck that doesn't go his way. So I'm adding Raising Rusty, and I'm a Stand-Up Guy here as well. Going 3 deep in each part of this early pick 4. Glenn Pearson is bullish on the 5, Meadow Branch Noble. And again, it's perfectly understandable. This is a trotter who seems to win with almost any kind of trip here so far. He's got a great post position, and Guy Gagnon back aboard. He was a winning favorite on May 19th. Glenn is picking the 4, I'm a Stand-Up Guy, for place. That's the stablemate who was closing quickly in their most recent matchup. And for third, Glenn likes CrossFit, who won on the class drop on May 16th in a 1:56 and 4 mile for Pascal Berube. I'm leaning towards Raising Rusty for Stéphane Pouliot, his trainer-driver. This one has stayed at the preferred handicap level, and I think in the smaller field he'll definitely factor in a little more strongly. We both like Donatover from the rail for 4th to complete our superfecta. He was a scratch on May 23rd. And he has been at the preferred handicap level this season for trainer John McMillan and regular driver Robbie Robinson. Post parade is coming out for race 2. These are preferred handicap trotters racing for a purse of $10,000. Number 2 is CrossFit, owned by Gordon McDonald and Christopher Boland, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Three is Raising Rusty, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. Four is I'm a Stand-Up Guy, owned by Jamie Copley, Kimberly Eaton, and Darren and Dwayne Tingley, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Robert Shepard. Five, Meadow Branch Noble, the current 1-9 favorite, is owned by Jamie Copley, trained by Mandy Archer, and driven by Guy Gagnon. Completing the field from post 1, it's Donatover, owned and trained by John McMillan and driven by Robbie Robinson. That's your field for race 2, exactor, triactor, superfecta wagering, and the first leg of the early pick 4. Taking a look at the very popular favorite, Meadow Branch Noble, from post 5. Guy Gagnon stays aboard. He's back in the same post position that he had for last Sunday's Rideau Preferred Handicap victory. It was a gate-to-wire win. In a seasonal best 155 flat, he fought back against first over challenger Donatover along the backstretch. He kind of needed the wire late. He's only been defeated here once, so many people going back to the consistent number 5, Meadow Branch Noble. Glenn Pearson has a suggested 20-cent pick 4 ticket, and he's going with 4 and 5 here, the Mandy Archer stablemates. I'm a Stand-Up Guy, currently 9-1, and 5 Meadow Branch Noble, 1-9. The starter has called the race 2 Trotters. This is your final chance to play the early pick 4 that kicks off here. And the trotters are approaching the gate. 1 is Donna Tover, Robbie Robinson. 2 is CrossFit, Jimmy Gagnon. 3, Raising Rusty, Stefan Pouliot. 4, I'm a Stand-Up Guy, Robert Shepard. And 5, Meadow Branch Noble for Guy Gagnon. They're headed into the turn. Raising Rusty, hanging back a few lengths behind the others. They are quickly approaching the start for race 2. They're off and trotting. Speed from the outside. I'm a Stand-Up Guy and Meadow Branch Noble are being sent, and Meadow Branch Noble is landing on the lead just ahead of Raising Rusty, who timed the gate perfectly there. Coming first over from third already, I'm a Stand-Up Guy, but he's now backing down to third along the cones, just ahead of Donna Tover, and trailing this compact field. CrossFit, 28 seconds to the opening panel, and up front it's Meadow Branch Noble for Guy Gagnon. He's keeping about 2 lengths ahead of next best Raising Rusty. Here's a renewed first over bid from third. Moving first over, it's I'm a Stand-Up Guy, looking to follow that cover. Donna Tover trying to come second over, but gapping the cover in fourth. Still trailing CrossFit. They went to the half in 57 and 3. Meadow Branch Noble doing the early work on the front end. Now his stablemate is up to his saddle pad. That's I'm a Stand-Up Guy, who's pushing the issue along the backstretch. Waiting in third, Raising Rusty is still in range. Then it's about 4 lengths back to fourth. Donna Tover and CrossFit trying to come from the back of the field. 3/4 reached in 1:25 and 3. And it's Archer versus Archer on the front end. Still coming first over, the gritty I'm a Stand-Up Guy for Robert Shepard, and defending his lead at the top of the stretch, Meadow Branch Noble for Guy Gagnon. It's down to these two, although Raising Rusty looks to come on late as well. In a battle to the wire, Robert Shepard finds the late speed of I'm a Stand-Up Guy, who gets there ahead of stablemate Meadow Branch Noble. Up for show might have been Donna Tover, 1:55 and 1. Unofficial race 2 results are now posted. At odds of 4-1, number 4, I'm a Stand-Up Guy, the winner for Robert Shepard. 1-9 favorite, number 5, Meadow Branch Noble, second. 1, Donna Tover, third at odds of 18-1. And 2, CrossFit, fourth. Hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winners Enclosure. Unofficial race 2 winner, number 4, I'm a Stand-Up Guy. He's a 5-year-old black gelding by Archangel out of Sierra Fortune, owned by Jamie Copley, Kimberly Eaton, Darren Tingley, and Dwayne Tingley. Bred by Windback Farm of Maryland, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Robert Shepard. That's the 3rd win this season in 15 starts for I'm a Stand-Up Guy, who got his first Rideau win on May 5th. 155-1 is actually a new lifetime mark for I'm a Stand-Up Guy. Congratulations. Race 2 results are now official. Prices are now posted for race 2. Number 4, I'm a Stand-Up Guy, returns $10 to win. The $2 exactor, 4-5, pays $14.50. It's $15.50 for the $2 early double, 2-4 combination. The $1 try pays $62.80 for the 4-5-1 combination, and $47.75 is the $1 superfecta payout for the 4-5-1-2 ticket. The race 2 rundown is now posted. 1, Donna Tover, finished 3rd. 2, CrossFit, finished 4th. 3, Raising Rusty, was 5th. 4, I'm a Stand-Up Guy, the race winner for Robert Shepard. And 5, beaten 1-9 favorite Meadow Branch Noble, finished 2nd. From the top down, your program should read 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. The fractions were 28 seconds to the opening quarter, 57 and 3 to the half, 125 and 3 at 3/4, and a new lifetime mark of 155 and 1 for race winner, I'm a Stand-Up Guy. We're moving on to race 3 next with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering, but not before we show you the 4th place photo. It was a very close decision, as you can see, between number 3, Raising Rusty on the inside for Stéphane Pouliot, the 3, and on the outside, the 2, CrossFit for Jimmy Gagnon. Between them, the show finisher, Donatover for Robbie Robinson, the 1. In race 3, take note that the 5 Silverado is a scratch due to transportation. Scratch the 5 Silverado in race 3. And 4, the Colt has a driver change. Mike Healy will drive number 4, the Colt. There's Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering coming up on race 3.
And Rideau Carleton Raceway would like to recognize our proud sponsor, Roberto's Corner Italian Deli, located on 1034 Pleasant Park Road, only about 15 minutes from the racetrack. Roberto's Corner, highly endorsed by several members of the Rideau Carleton staff, along with yours
The
truly.
Roberto's Corner Italian
Particularly
sandwiches come
enjoys the
highly
chicken parm
recommended
sandwich. It's absolutely
by
delicious.
John McMillan and others. Often available on the Rideau backstretch or at their location on Pleasant Park Road. Thank you to those of you joining us tonight at Rideau Carleton Raceway. The picnic tables are available for the season outside, weather permitting, and it's a great night for live racing here in the nation's capital. And we welcome those of you joining us at off-track wagering places and on various advanced wagering sites, including Horseplayer Interactive. The 50th anniversary of the Ontario Sire Stakes has kicked off with recent races at other Ontario tracks. You'll want to mark your calendar. Sunday, June 23rd, Rideau Carleton hosts 3-year-old filly and colt pacers in the second leg of Gold competition. Sunday, June 23rd at Rideau Carleton. The race 3 pacers are coming out for the post parade. Non-winners of $40,000 lifetime, also eligible non-winners $6,000 in their last 5 starts, and $18,000 claimers. They're racing for a purse of $7,800. Number 1 is Flash Cube, owned by Yvan Mondu, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. He's the current 2-1 favorite. Two is Full Horse, owned by Cozen Farms, trained by Catherine Girard and driven by Robert Shepard. Four is the Colt, owned by Dawn and Gord Lee, trained by Gord Lee, and he will be driven by Mike Healy. Note the driver change from William Waugh to Mike Healy on number 4, the Colt. 5, Silverado is a transportation scratch. Number 3 is Rockin' Zeus, owned by Keith Castle, trained by Macy Castle Smythe, driven by Robbie Robinson. Six is Trion de Vie, owned by Eric Lafleur, who also trains and driven by Stéphane Brosseau. Seven is current 2-1 co-favorite Skylar, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty and driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Completing the field from post 8 is Greystone Watchman, owned by Nicolas Soucy with Danny Nadeau, trained by Eric Milo and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. That's your field for race 3 with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering available. We're taking a look at Flash Cube, the 1. He is one of 3 horses who is taking a lot of wagering action here right now. Flash Cube does get significant post and class relief. He circled Party Vibes to wire the field at a lower level here May 5th, but he needed the wire. Party Vibes was coming on again late. Flash Cube was gradually gaining ground along the pylons from the back of the field on May 12th, but got boxed in on the last turn and lost some ground late. He's a former Rideau Preferred Handicap pacer, and he's currently 5-2. Following him out there now, Full Horse, who's 9-5 at the moment. He broke his maiden last July 4th at Georgian Downs with a going-away front-end trip. Winless this year, racing at Yonkers in the Meadowlands. He gets additional class relief this week. This is his second start of the season at Rideau Carleton and his debut for Robert Shepard. He took back early Sunday and got covered up and shuffled back. He may have needed a start, and he is a 2-1 co-favorite at the moment. The other taking attention and money here is 7, Skylar, who looks like Jimmy Gagnon's possible choice over the Colt. He's my top selection as well. He has 3 off-the-pace Rideau wins together with Jimmy Gagnon, and 2 of them were from post 7 with no scratches. Here we do have a scratch to the inside. Silverado, the transportation scratch, making that post even less imposing. Glenn Pearson going back to the rail for Flash Cube. The starter has called the field. Last chance to wager on race 3. They're lining up, led by 1, Flash Cube, Guy Gagnon, 2, Full Horse, Robert Shepard, 3, Rockin' Zeus, Robbie Robinson, 4, the Colt, Mike Healy, 5 is Scratch, 6 is Trion de Vie, Stéphane Barroso, 7, Skylar, Jimmy Gagnon, and 8, Greystone Watchman, Stéphane Pouliot. They're into the turn and perfectly lined up, approaching the start. Into a break early, Greystone Watchman touched his nose to the gate, and he takes back to the rear of the field. Getting away from the inside early is Flash Cube for Guy Gagnon. He's out there by 2 already, ahead of next best, Full Horse. And then it's about 4 lengths back to next best, the Colt, who's sitting 3rd along the inside, followed by Rockin' Zeus as they circle in a spaced out fashion towards the opening quarter of 28 flat. This field is led by Flash Cube, who keeps about 1.5 lengths ahead of Full Horse. It's still 4 lengths diminishing now as the Colt catches up in 3rd, following him 4th, Rockin' Zeus. Then it's further back to 5th place, Trion de Vie, 2nd last, Skylar, and after the early break having settled, it's Greystone Watchman who trails this field as they head to the half. 56-4, Flash Cube leading the way. Full Horse breathing down the neck of Guy Gagnon from the pocket, trying to tighten up in 3rd, but not doing so yet. The Colt is still following the top 2. Here comes a first over move into 4th from Rockin' Zeus, following up the cones into 5th, Trion de Vie. DeVee needing to do more. Greystone Watchman is second last and trying to get involved from last. Skylar 124 and 4 3/4. It looks like a 2-horse race with Full Horse now coming after Flash Cube. Down the stretch they come. It's Full Horse on the outside, fighting Flash Cube on the inside, and he wins that little decision and the bigger decision of race 3. Going away, Full Horse for Robert Shepard over next best Flash Cube. Coming on late, Trion DeVee, but Rockin' Zeus could have been third there. We'll have to find out. 153 flat. Now entering the Rideau Carleton winners enclosure. Number 2, the unofficial race 3 winner, Full Horse. He's a 4-year-old bay gelding by Better's Delight out of Lady Be Great, owned by Cozen Farms of La Prairie, Quebec, bred by Hampston Farm Incorporated of Russell, Ontario, and Reg Petitpas of Moncton, New Brunswick, trained by Catherine Girard, and driven to the win by Robert Shepard. The 153 flat mile is a new lifetime best for Full Horse. That's his first win of the season from 9 starts. Race 3 results are now official. Number 2, Full Horse, a 3-1 winner for Robert Shepard over the beaten 6-5 favorite Flash Cube. Full Horse returns $8.40 for the win. The $2 exactor 2-1 combination pays $23.70. $1 try 213 pays $97.55, and the $1 Super returns $338.90 for the 2136 $1 ticket. The race 3 rundown is now posted. 6-5 favorite. Number 1 Flash Cube finished second. 2 Full Horse, the race winner for Robert Shepard. 3 Rockin' Zeus was third. 4 The Colt finished fifth. 5 Silverado was a transportation scratch. 6 Trion de Vie was fourth. 7 Skylar finished sixth. And seventh was number 8 Greystone Watchman. From the top down, your program should read 2, 1, 3, 5, scratch 4, 6, 7. The fractions were 28 seconds to the opening quarter, 56 and 4 to the half, 124 and 4 at 3/4, and 153 flat for the winning mile, and a new lifetime best for Full Horse. Race 4 is coming up in just a couple of minutes. Post parade coming out shortly. There are 2 equipment changes in race 4. The 1, Kinder Kenogami, goes from blind to blinkers. And the 2, Illicit Affair, goes from blind to blinkers and also removes a Murphy blind on the left. No other changes in the 6-horse field coming up in race 4, which has exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering and kicks off the second pick 4 of the card. Take note of a driver change in the upcoming pick 4 sequence in race 6. Number 2, Dream Choice, will be driven by Stefan Pouliot. Again, that's part of the pick 4 sequence that kicks off. Coming up in race 4, looking ahead to race 6, the driver change on number 2, Dream Choice to Stefan Pouliot. I've got a recommended pick 4 ticket here, 20-cent base wager. This one a little more economical than the first, $7.20, but going 3 deep in this opening leg. These are less experienced horses, and that sometimes pays off. I am going to Kinder Kenogami from the rail after his maiden victory here, May 19th, as well as Wild and Crazy, who looks to be improving for Benoit Hebert and Robert Shepard. And then also the 5, All-Star Ballerina, who broke her maiden on May 9th for the returning driver Guy Gagnon and trainer Ty Robillard. Track handicapper Glenn Pearson also has a 20-cent pick 4, his costing just 40 cents. He's going to single in 3 legs, starting with Kinder Kenogami from the rail here. He's got Light the Torch and Jet Rock coming up in the race 5 preferred handicap pace. The race 4 post parade is coming out. These pacers are non-winners of $3,000 lifetime, with non-winners of a race allowed $5,000, and allowances for fillies and mares, the purse $5,600. Number 1 is Kinder Kenogami, owned by Jean-Francois Reed, with trainer, driver, or I should say driver, Stéphane Brosseau. The trainer is Stefan Pouliot. He's the current 4-5 favorite. Two is Illicit Affair, owned by Julia Ferguson and Lloyd Stone, trained by Ted McDonald, driven by Pascal Berube. Three is Battle of York, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation and a numbered Canadian corporation, trained and driven by Stefan Pouliot. 4 is Wild and Crazy, owned by trainer Benoit Hebert with Elodie Hebert and driven by Robert Shepard. 5 is All-Star Ballerina, owned by trainer Ty Robillard with Santo Barilla and driven by Guy Gagnon. Completing the field from post 6 is Pull Your Own Strings, owned by Michael Horwood and trainer Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. That's the field. There's Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 4 wagering here. A couple of equipment changes previously mentioned. The 4 to 5 favorite, number 1, Kinder Kenogami, goes from blind to blinkers tonight. He was a strong winner here in 156 and 2 for Stéphane Brosseau last Sunday. He held off My Bitcoin, who is absent from this field. And he's a 3-year-old gelding making his second career start here. A popular choice at 4 to 5. The other with the previously mentioned equipment change is number 2, Illicit Affair, going from blind to blinkers and removing the Murphy blind left. Glenn and I both agree Kinder Kenogami looks tough to beat from the rail. I like the 4 Wild and Crazy, who seems to be improving. He's in my exactor. And for third, the 5 All-Star Ballerina, who also had a maiden win here, albeit a little slower than Kinder Kenogami. Her maiden victory was in 1:59 flat 2 starts ago on May 9th. And we're also looking at things a little differently superfecta-wise, with Glenn using All-Star Ballerina 4th, just behind the 3 Battle of York. And I like All-Star Ballerina 3rd, just ahead of Illicit Affair. The starter has called the race 4 Pacers. Last chance to get involved in the pick 4 that kicks off here. From the inside out, the field is number 1, Kinder Kenogami for Stéphane Brosseau. 2, Illicit Affair, Pascal Berube. 3, Battle of York, Stéphane Pouliot. 4, Wild and Crazy, Robert Shepard. 5, All-Star Ballerina, Guy Gagnon. And 6, Pull Your Own Strings for Jimmy Gagnon on the outside. They're headed into the turn with Battle of York catching up to the others, and Kinder Kenogami also Tightening up to the gate now. Approaching the start. And they're off. From the outside, All-Star Ballerina has the early speed and soars to the front just ahead of Battle of York. And now she's put 2 lengths between herself and Battle of York as the colt tries to tighten up. It's a couple of lengths behind him now in third. Illicit Affair, followed in fourth by Wild and Crazy. Second last, Kinder Kanagami, and trailing early, Pull Your Own Strings. Single file procession past the opening quarter of 29 flat is led by All-Star Ballerina, keeping a couple of lengths ahead of Battle of York, who's about 4 lengths ahead of next best, Illicit Affair. Another gap back to fourth. Wild and Crazy is there, now stepping out from second last to come first over. Kinder Kanagami, as the field rounds the second turn, still trailing Pull Your Own Strings. They're stretched out somewhat here, 58 and 4, the halfway clocking for All-Star Ballerina, comfortable on the front end, keeping 2 lengths ahead of next best, Battle of York, and it's about 5 lengths back to Illicit Affair on her outside. And moving up, Kinder Kanagami looks to try and move up into third, but he's parked out there. He's second over now. Battle of York trying to make a first over bid from the pocket. 127 and 1 at 3/4. All-Star Ballerina has led every step of the way, and now she's getting challenged down the stretch by the pocket sitting Battle of York. Guy Gagnon asking the filly for more, and they're going right to the wire with All-Star Ballerina having her point shoes on tonight and getting there ahead of Battle of York and Illicit Affair in 157 and 1. Unofficial results are posted for race 4 at odds of 9 to 1. Number 5, All-Star Ballerina, pulls the upset on the front end for the king, Guy Gagnon. Second, 3, Battle of York at odds of 30 to 1. Third, number 2, Illicit Affair. Fourth, number 4, Wild and Crazy. Hold all tickets. Coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winners Enclosure, unofficial race 4 winner, number 5, All-Star Ballerina. She's a 3-year-old brown filly by Jimmy Freight out of Whisper Well, owned by trainer Ty Robillard of Bourget, and Santo Barilla of Metcalfe, Ontario, bred by Nathan Albrecht and Kenneth Albrecht, Ontario. Driven to her second career victory by Guy Gagnon. And the 157-1 is a new lifetime mark for All-Star Ballerina. Congratulations. Race 4 is now official. Five All-Star Ballerina returns $21.80 to win. The $2 exactor 5-3 combination pays $78.10. The $1 try 5-3-2 pays $165.70, and the $1 super returns $630 for the 5-3-2-4 $1 superfecta ticket. The race 4 rundown is now posted. 1-9 favorite Kinder Kenogami finished 5th. 2 Illicit Affair was 3rd. 3 Battle of York finished 2nd. 4 Wild and Crazy was 4th. 5 All-Star Ballerina, the race winner for Guy Gagnon at odds of 9-1. And 6 Pull Your Own Strings was 6th. From the top down, your program should read 5-3-2-4-1-6. The fractions were 29 seconds to the opening quarter, 58-4 at the half, 127 1 3/4, and a new lifetime mark of 157-1 for All-Star Ballerina. We're about 3 minutes away from race 5, which begins another pick 3 And there's also exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering. Just one change. An equipment change on 5, Aladdin, who goes from open bridle to blinkers. Glenn and I agree on the exactor, but we don't agree on the exact order of the exactor. He likes Jet Rock from post 7 for Robert Shepard, who was a fast closing second in both of his recent Rideau preferred handicaps from inside posts. With no light speed here tonight, Jet Rock is hoping for better, and so is Glenn. I'm looking to post 4 and Light the Torch, who I'm playing back again here. He recently moved up to the Rideau preferred handicap level. He has never missed the board at this level. He's a 4-year-old and was nominated to the Prix d'Été, so I think hopes are high for Light the Torch. And again, in the absence of the light speed, he looks very good here from post 4 for trainer Marc-Andre Simoneau and regular driver Pascal Berube. We also like Sobel Ace. Glenn and I both using him for 3rd in the tickets. And for 4th, Aladdin, the 5 for Maxime Villet and Stéphane Brosseau. He was 4th in the last 2 editions of the Rideau Preferred Handicap Pace. He does have that equipment change, open bridle to blinkers. Something to consider about number 5, Aladdin. It's never too early to think about your pick 5 ticket. That's coming up later in race 6. I've got a fairly economical edition of my 20-cent suggested pick 5, costing $14.40, now posted on your screens. The race 5 pacers are coming out for the preferred handicap. Post positions 1 through 3 and 4 through 6 drew together with post 7 assigned. The purse, $10,000. One is I'm a Dude, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. Two is Smiling Billy the Kid, owned by trainer Benoit Hebert, driven by Guy Gagnon. Three is Monty's Gone Marble, owned by Jeff and April Murphy, trained by John McMillan, and driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Four is Light the Torch, owned by trainer Marc-André Simoneau with Jean Fontaine, and driven by Pascal Berube. Five is Aladdin, owned by Guy Courbet, trained by Maxime Villet, and driven by Stéphane Brosseau. Six is Sauble Ace, owned by Sauble Hill Farms of Terra with Nasusito Racing Incorporated of Ayr, Ontario, trained by Otis Hall and driven by Ryan Guy. He's the current 8-5 favorite. Completing the field, number 7, Jet Rock, owned by Écurie CSL and Les Écuries d'Orléans, trained by Isabelle Darvaux and driven by Robert Shepard. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 Wagering, available on race 5. On your screens is current 9-5 favorite, number 6, Sauble Ace. He's dropping in from Woodbine Mohawk Park. He was second in his only previous start at Rideau Carleton. That was in Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots last August 13th. He has late speed and significant class relief after racing in the Ontario Graduate Series. Currently 6-5, that's Sauble Ace for Ryan Guy and trainer Otis Hall. Plenty of other wagering choices this race, although favoritism remains on the 6, Sauble Ace at 7-5. Glenn Pearson's top choice, number 7, Jet Rock, 3-1 for Robert Shepard. Mine, number 4, Light the Torch, is 4-1. 6-1 odds on number 2, Smiling Billy the Kid, who I understand sent a photo after his post-8 Rideau victory to my co-host on the pregame show, Robbie Robinson. Smiling Billy the Kid, looking to extend his win streak. Very high percentage winner this season, 5 of 7 starts, although he is up in class here. And the starter has called the preferred pacers. Last chance to participate in the pick 3 that kicks off here. They're lining up. 1 is I'm a Dude for Stéphane Pouliot. 2, Smiling Billy the Kid for Guy Gagnon. 3, Monty's Gone Marble, Jimmy Gagnon. 4, Light the Torch, Pascal Berube. 5, Aladdin, Stéphane Brosseau. 6, Sobble Ace, Ryan Guy. And on the outside, 7, Jet Rock for Robert Shepard. They are into the turn, approaching the start. All in line. They're off and pacing, taking back to last off the gate. Jet Rock, the known closer. It's an early battle for command between Light the Torch and Aladdin, who are matching strides. Aladdin striding slightly ahead now to take the lead, and that puts Berube's horse, Light the Torch, into the pocket on the first turn. Sitting third on the cones, I'm a Dude. Advancing first over, but opting to settle back into fourth was Sobble Ace, 27-1, a brisk opening panel cut by Aladdin. Sitting the pocket, that's Light the Torch. Close up in third, I'm a Dude. Following fourth is Sobble Ace. Then it's Smiling Billy the Kid, followed by Monty's Gone Marble, and trailing but under tight lines for Robert Shepard, Jet Rock. They swing around the second turn and head to the halfway point with no challengers for Aladdin, who gets there in 56-3. Still patiently in the pocket is Light the Torch. I'm a Dude, close up in third. Here comes a first over move from fourth from Sobble Ace. And following his cover now is Jet Rock, who is fifth on the outside. Caught inside second last, Smiling Billy the Kid, and coming now from last, third over, Monty's Gone Marble, 125-2. Still up front, Aladdin, and coming to him on the outside, Sobble Ace, yet to move from the inside, Light the Torch. Here they come down the stretch to settle this preferred once and for all. Up the inside, Light the Torch from Berube, widest of all, Jet Rock coming after, and Light the Torch lights it up just ahead of Jet Rock. For show, it's between Aladdin and Sobble Ace, 153-2. Unofficial results are now posted for race 5. The winner, number 4, Light the Torch for Pascal Berube. Second, number 7, Jet Rock. Third, 6, Sobel Ace. And fourth, the even money favorite, Aladdin. Hold all tickets. Now parading back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle after his first victory at the preferred handicap level. It's number 4, unofficial race 5 winner, Light the Torch, taking a bow. He's a 4-year-old brown gelding by Always Be Mickey out of Surfer Chick. Owned by trainer Marc-André Simoneau of Trois-Rivières, with Jean Fontaine, also of Trois-Rivières, Quebec. Bred by Alan Troyer of LaGrange, Indiana. And driven to the lifetime mark equaling 1:53-2 victory by the drummer Pascal Berube. It's the 4th win this year in the 9th start of the year for Light the Torch. Race 5 is now official. For Light the Torch returns $6.30 for the win. The $2 exactor 4-7 combination returns $29 and change. The 20-cent pick 3, $28.63 for 3 of 3. The $1 pick 4. Actually, let's look at the 20-cent pick 4 that ends here. 4 of 4, $130.20 for the 4-2-5-4 combination. The $1 triactor 476 returns $72.20, and the $1 superfecta 4765 pays $157.95. The race 5 rundown is now posted. 1, I'm a Dude, finished 6th. 2, Smiling Billy the Kid was 5th. 3, Monty's Gone Marble, finished 7th. 4, Light the Torch, the race winner for Pascal Berube at odds of 2-1. 5, Aladdin, finished 4th as even money beaten favorite. 6, Sobble Ace was 3rd, and 7, Jet Rock was 2nd. From the top down, your program should read 657-1432. The fractions were 27 and 1 to the quarter, 56 and 3 at the half, 125 and 2 to 3/4, and a 153 and 2 record equaling mile for Light the Torch and Pascal Berube. Now on your screens, a very close decision for Show. On the inside, the 5, Aladdin and Stéphane Brosseau, and 6, Sobble Ace. To his outside, the 6 for Ryan Guy. Finishes a nose ahead for Show. Race 6 is next on the card with Exactor Triactor, High 5, and Pick 5 wagering. Glenn Pearson and I happen to agree here on number 6, Betts Beach, coming in from Hippodrome 3R after an impressive going away win on May 19th for Pascal Berube, who stays aboard this 4-year-old gelding. It's his 2nd start of the year, but I like him enough to make him my best bet. Glenn is going with 3, My Bitcoin, for place. I like the 1, Red Carpet Ready, for Jacques Baudouin. I think the rail could work out here. She finished 3rd from post 1, May 19th at this track. Take note, this is a high 5 race. I'm completing my ticket with the 5. Jesus Murphy Joseph, who looks to be improving for Ryan Guy and Macy Castle Smythe in recent efforts. I'm also using My Bitcoin, but 4th, and Inukshuk Sally for Guy Gagnon and Mandy Archer, one that you can't leave out of the ticket. There's an important change in this race as well, with the 2, Dream Choice getting a driver change from William Waugh to Stéphane Pouliot on the 2. Dream Choice here in race 6. It's the only pick 5 of the card coming up. race 6 post parade is coming out. These are pacers, non-winners of $7,500 or a race lifetime with allowances. Non-winners of a race this year allowed $2,000. Purse, $6,000. Number 1 is Red Carpet Ready, owned by Jeffrey Davidson, trained by Jeffrey Davidson. Jacques Baudouin is in the sulky. Two is Dream Choice, owned by trainer Sylvain Tremblay with Anne-Marie Demare. Note the driver change from William Waugh to Stéphane Pouliot. Three is My Bitcoin, owned by Clément Lauzon-Autier, who also trains. Stéphane Brasseau is in the sulky. Four is Inukshuk Sally, owned by Dean Larkin, trained by Mandy Archer, and driven by Guy Gagnon. Six is current 6-5 favorite Betts Beach, owned by Gina Bragagnolo with trainer Yves Tessier and Jean Allaire, driven by Pascal Berube. Five is Jesus Murphy Joseph, owned by Keith Castle, trained by Macy Castle Smythe, and driven by Ryan Guy. Seven is Bad Apple, owned by Leah Rose Laverne, trained by Benoit Hébert, driven by Robert Shepard. Eight is Shadow Dave, owned by Anne Lemerand, trained and driven by Mike Healy. Completing the field from trailing post 9, Run for the Money, owned by Renison Racing with Scott Green, Jeff Lilly, and Mark Gallant, trained by Mike Armstrong, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. That's your field for race 6, featuring exactor triactor, high 5, and pick 5 wagering. We're taking a look now at number 6, 4-5 favorite, Betts Beach. Betts Beach looks like Pascal Berube's possible choice over the 9 Run for the Money here. This is Betts Beach's first Rideau start. He gets some class and post relief. He was underway from last at the opening quarter Sunday at Hippodrome 3R. He had dull cover and made a 3-wide move along the backstretch. He won going away in a lifetime best 156-3 and also paced the field's fastest closing quarter of 28 seconds flat. For these reasons, he's a popular choice here, Betts Beach. There were others in this field who I think could be part of the ticket, but I'm leaning heavily towards Betts Beach. He is my best bet. The starter has called the horses for race 6. Once again, this is the only pick 5 of the card beginning right here in race 6. They're lining up now. It's the 1, Red Carpet Ready, Jacques Baudouin. 2, Dream Choice, Stéphane Pouliot. 3, My Bitcoin, Stéphane Brosseau. 4, Inukshuk Sally, Guy Gagnon. 5, Cheeses Murphy Joseph, Ryan Guy. 6, Betts Beach, Pascal Berube. 7, Bad Apple, Robert Shepard. 8, Shadow Dave, Mike Healy. And from the trailing post 9, Run for the Money for Jimmy Gagnon. They're around the turn and approaching the start. They're off. It's a slightly uneven one as Bad Apple and Shadow Dave take back from the outside post, and surging to the early lead for Berube. Betts Beach, the favorite, is out there quickly by a length and a half over next best. Red Carpet Ready settling into third under tight lines. Inukshuk Sally, and then following her from fourth is My Bitcoin. They're in single file order to the opening quarter of 28 and 4 with Betts Beach now 1-9 leading the way in front of the grandstand the first time, and keeping ahead by a good 2 lengths sitting the pocket is Red Carpet Ready. She's followed by Inukshuk Sally. Then it's My Bitcoin. Further back to 5th place, Dream Choice. Trying to come first over from 6th is Shadow Dave, and they're circling now towards the half and going around that second turn. 59 and 1, the halfway point clocking for leader Betts Beach, who's freewheeling along the backstretch now, keeping a good 2 lengths still ahead of Red Carpet Ready, and behind her still in third unchallenged in that order Inukshuk Sally. Following now from fourth, a little closer from My Bitcoin, and having settled into 5th, but gapping there is Shadow Dave. Coming now first over, stepping out as they pass 3/4 in 1:27 and 3. Inukshuk Sally is trying to take a first over run at the leader, Betts Beach, who circles for home, and Red Carpet Ready going to take his shot up the inside, but they're not going to catch Pascal Berube and Betts Beach in a winning Rideau Carleton debut, keeping ahead of Red Carpet Ready up for show My Bitcoin, and Inukshuk Sally fourth in 1:55 and 3. Unofficial results are posted for race 6 with 1-9 winning favorite. Number 6, Betts Beach, prevailing for Pascal Berube. Second, number 1, Red Carpet Ready. Third, number 3, My Bitcoin. Fourth, number 4, Inukshuk Sally. And completing the unofficial high five ticket is the 8, Shadow Dave, at odds of 40-1. Hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle, the unofficial winner of race 6 from post 6, a 1-9 favorite, Betts Beach. He's a 4-year-old bay gelding by All Bets Off out of Blue Beach Girl, owned by Gina Bragagnolo and Yves Tessier of Trois-Rivières, Quebec, with Jean Allaire of Montreal, Quebec, bred by Pierre Leclerc of Quebec, trained by Yves Tessier, and driven to victory by the drummer Pascal Berube. A new lifetime mark here of 155 and 3 for Betts Beach. It's his second start of the season and his second win of the season. Race 6 is now official. Number 6, Betts Beach, returns $2.30 to win. The $2 exactor 6-1 combination pays $9.10. The $1 try 6-1-3, $12.35. And the 20-cent super high five 6-1-3-4-8 returns $47.48. The race 6 rundown is now on your screens. 1, Red Carpet Ready, finished second. 2, Dream Choice was ninth. 3, My Bitcoin was third. 4, Inukshuk Sally was fourth. 5, Jesus Murphy Joseph finished eighth. 1 to 9 favorite, Betts Beach, number 6, the race winner. 7, Bad Apple finished sixth. 8, Shadow Dave finished fifth. And 9, Run for the Money was seventh. From the top down, your program should read 293 48 1657. The fractions were 28 and 4 to the opening quarter, 59 and 1 at the half, 127 and 3 at 3/4, and a new lifetime mark of 155 and 3 for Betts Beach. Congratulations. We're moving on to race 7 with exactor, triactor, superfecta wagering, and the last pick 4 of the card. The only change is an equipment change on the 5. Mock Art in Motion. Remove steel shoes up front, add flip-flops, and add a Murphy blind inside. That's on the 5. Mock Art in Motion, coming up in race 7. We're awaiting the post parade for race 7. Take note, if you like the multi-leg wagers, this is the final pick 4 of the card. We should also take note of the drivers who are going to be competing in the Eastern Ontario Quebec Regional Driving Championship coming up in June. Pascal Berube, Nick Boyd, Stéphane Brosseau, Samuel Fillon, Guy Gagnon, Jimmy Gagnon, Stéphane Pouliot, and Robert Shepard, most of whom have competed on the card tonight and won. It's sure to be a good one. The race 7 pacers are coming out for the post parade. Non-winners of $3,550 in their last 5 starts. Non-winners of a race this year allowed $750. Also eligible $15,000 claimers, and they're going for a purse of $6,800. One is Shotgun Jerry, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. He's the current 4-5 favorite. 2 is Perpetual Rock, owned by Gina Bragagnolo, with Lynn Bragagnolo, and trainer Yves Tessier. Pascal Berube is in the bike. 3 is Dylan's Bank, owned by trainer John McMillan, driven by Stéphane Brosseau. 4 is Jaden's Magic Steel, owned by Jamie Copley with Darren and Dwayne Tingley, trained by Mandy Archer and driven by Guy Gagnon. 5 is Mock Art in Motion, owned and trained by Wayne Catherwood. Robert Shepard drives. Note the shoeing change, removing steel front, adding flip-flops, and adding a Murphy blind inside. That's on the 5, Mock Art in Motion. Six is Sunchip, owned by Patrick Dillon and Patty Hoskin with Steve McGill, trained by Mike Armstrong and driven by Ryan Guy. Rounding out the field from post 7, it's Mr. John, owned by trainer Alain Filion and driven by Jimmy Gagnon. That's your field for race 7 with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 4 wagering available. Current 4-5 favorite from the rail is Shotgun Jerry, now on your screens. He set a brisk pace here last Sunday for Stéphane Pouliot, and he was overtaken in the stretch. That was a pattern that was visible in a number of other races as well, where the pace setter was setting some very hot fractions and getting caught late. Shotgun Jerry was a beaten 4-5 favorite. He's back on the Rideau rail. He did come home in 29-2, a rather slow last quarter, but he's seeking redemption here, and he's a popular choice at 4-5. Others to consider here include the 2 Perpetual Rock, who's coming in from Hippodrome 3R. He was first over from last before the opening quarter at that track. He was a 2-5 favorite. He made front past 3 quarters and had a going away 1:55-4 seasonal best win there. He came home in the field's fastest last quarter of 28-3, and he gets some post relief here. He's up in class, but he likes Rideau Carleton. He took his mark of 1:52-3 here last July for Pascal Berube. In my late pick 4, I'm using the 2 Perpetual Rock as well as 3 Dylan's Bank. He was second last most of the mile here Sunday and closed into a wall of horses late. He lost ground late in the stretch drive, moving to an outside path, but he came home in the field's second fastest closing quarter of 27-3. He prefers to race on the front end usually, and I think he's at a winnable classification tonight. Dylan's Bank from post 3. He's currently 3-1. The starter has called the field for race 7. last chance tonight to play the pick 4. They're lining up. Number 1, Shotgun Jerry, Stefan Pouliot. 2, Perpetual Rock, Pascal Berube. 3, Dylan's Bank, Stefan Brasso. 4, Jaden's Magic Steel, Guy Gagnon. 5, Mock Art in Motion, Robert Shepard. 6, Sunchip, Ryan Guy. And 7, Mr. John for Jimmy Gagnon. They're rounding the turn, approaching the start for race 7. They're off and pacing with speed from the inside from Shotgun Jerry and Dylan's Bank. Also leaving aggressively from the outside is Mr. John, and they're 3 wide early. Mr. John taking back to 3rd, and it looks like Dylan's Bank is going to settle in the pocket behind leader Shotgun Jerry, who's leading the way of the single file procession to the opening quarter. Shotgun Jerry getting there first in 27-1. Another hot pace tonight as he leads the way in front of the grandstand, just ahead of Dylan's Bank. Back in 3rd, Mr. John. Following him from 4th is Perpetual Rock. In 5th, Jaden's Magic Steel, followed by Mock Art in Motion. And trailing the field, Sunchip, as they're rounding the second turn now. Unchanged order, but that's going to change as someone has tipped now to come after Shotgun Jerry. And it looks like it's Perpetual Rock stepping out as they pass the half in 57-2. A 30-1 breather for the leader, Shotgun Jerry, keeping ahead of Dylan's Bank. And coming up on the outside, Perpetual Rock struggling to get ahead of Mr. John, who matches strides to his inside in 3rd. Following them from 5th and looking to come second over now, Jaden's Magic Steel is out on the turn, and coming from the back of the field as well, that's Mock Art in Motion. 125 flat to 3/4, and Shotgun Jerry trying to prolong the lead tonight. Coming up the inside, Dylan's Bank coming wide, Perpetual Rock, and it looks like Shotgun Jerry is going to hold off the closer. Perpetual Rock up for show. Mr. John ahead of Dylan's Bank in 153-4. Unofficial results are now posted for race 7 with 6-5 favorite. Number 1, Shotgun Jerry, getting there first for Stefan Pouliot. Second, number 2, Perpetual Rock. Third, number 7, Mr. John at odds of 19-1. And fourth, the 3, Dylan's Bank. Hold all tickets. Now walking back to the very familiar Rideau Carleton Winners Circle is unofficial Race 7 winner Shotgun Jerry. He's a 5-year-old brown gelding by Royal Majesty out of Michiko, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, bred by Winback Farm of Chesapeake City, Maryland, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. That's his first win of the 2024 meet in his 9th seasonal start. He had 10 wins here last season. And he's taking a bow at odds of 6-5. A popular winner here. Shotgun Jerry in 153 and 4, a seasonal best. And race 7 is official. One Shotgun Jerry returns $4.40 to win. The $2 exactor 1-2 combination pays $17.30. 20-cent pick 3 that ends here pays just $3.42 with some favorites in the mix. The 4-6-1 combination. 20-cent pick 4, $28.54 for the 5-4-6-1 20-cent ticket. The $1 triactor here, 127, returns $115.95, and the $1 super, $489.30 for the 1-2-7-3 combination. The race 7 rundown is now posted. 6-5 favorite number 1, the race winner for Stéphane Pouliot. 2, Perpetual Rock. 2nd, 3, Dylan's Bank. 4th, 4, Jaden's Magic Steel. 6th, 5, Mock Art in Motion was 5th. 6, Sunchip, 7th. And 7, Mr. John was 3rd. From the top down, your program should read 1-2-4-6-5-7-3. The fractions were 27 and 1 to the opening quarter, 57 and 2 to the half, 125 flat at 3/4, and 153 and 4, a seasonal best in a first win of the meet for Shotgun Jerry. Now on your screens, the race 7 photo for show. The 3 on the inside is Dillon's Bank for Stéphane Brasseau, and just to his outside, the 7, Mr. John for Jimmy Gagnon, getting up for show by a nose. We have a late veterinary scratch. The AGCO veterinarian has announced the scratch of 2, Play the Ace in race 10. That's a vet scratch of number 2, Play the Ace in race 10. Race 8 is coming up with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. There were no changes in race 8 or race 9, but take note if you're playing the pick 3 that begins this race that there were actually 3 scratches in race 10. The vet scratch of number 2, Play the Ace. The earlier scratch, Transportation, of number 8, Rockin' My Dream, and the also eligible Time to Dancing was scratched and will not draw in. Rideau Carleton track handicapper selections are now on your screen with Glenn Pearson and myself seeing things similarly here. Officer Jones from the rail for Jimmy Gagnon, moving from the second tier to the front and seeking his first seasonal win at this track. He had a number last year. For second, we both like 5 NC Rockabye for Robert Shepard. Interestingly, Jimmy Gagnon drove NC Rockabye to the recent show finish behind Why Not Hoss here on Sunday. And now Jimmy Gagnon is aboard Officer Jones. NC Rockabye, a strong closing mare, though, and teaming up with Robert Shepard seems like a good match. Glenn Pearson picks State News for the show spot here. An interesting driver change there, going with Ryan Guy. And I'm leaning towards Pantheon Sealster, the 14-year-old from post 3. With Guy Gagnon driving, another driver change of note. We're also both looking at Ray's Credit, the 2 who has yet to hit the board this season. He was scratched on May 23rd. He's coming back here and looks to redeem himself. He's got some serious class relief and serious late speed. Robbie Robinson is staying with Ray's Credit, who is the 9-5 favorite at the moment. And John McMillan says Ray's Credit is loving life, eating well, doing well, and we agree he could be overdue for a win. The race 8 post parade is coming out. These pacers are non-winners of $200 per start in their last 10 starts. Also eligible, $8,500 claimers for non-winners of $2,500 in their last 5 starts, with allowances for fillies and mares. The purse, $5,200. 1 is Officer Jones, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Victor Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. 2 is Ray's Credit, owned by Elizabeth Adam, trained by John McMillan, driven by Robbie Robinson. He's the 4-5 favorite. 3 is Pantheon Sealster, owned by Rachel Burns, trained by Mike Armstrong, and driven by Guy Gagnon. 4 is Stock, owned by Ecurie Alpha and Yves Laprise. Trained by Sylvain Tremblay, driven by Pascal Berube. 5 is NC Rockabye, owned by Michel Grenier, trained by Alain Martin, driven by Robert Shepard. 6 is State News, owned by Robin Lawler, trained by Raymond Crick, and driven by Ryan Guy. 7 is Beach Roller, owned by Gilbert Mercier, who also trains. Mike Healy is in the sulky. 8 is Edam Sports Baby, owned, trained, and driven by Denis Odette. 'And from the second tier, completing the field is the 9, the Amazing Sando, owned by Manon Tremblay with Christian Fortin, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. No changes. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. At odds of 8-5, Ray's Credit is getting lots of credit tonight. He had 5 wins last season from 48 starts. He has yet to hit the board this year. He's been up against some tough competition. Many of the horses you'll see in his past performance lines are consistent winners here. And he's facing an easier group should he decide to unleash his late speed for Robbie Robinson. There's a slight question mark. He has made breaks at times. But Ray's Credit 2-1 in the morning line, 3-2 on the board at the moment. And the starter has called the race 8 field. Last chance to play the Rideau Carleton pick 3 tonight. They're lining up behind the gate. 1, Officer Jones, Jimmy Gagnon. 2, Ray's Credit, Robbie Robinson. 3, Pantheon Sealster, Guy Gagnon. 4, Stock, Pascal Berube. 5, NC Rockabye, Robert Shepard. 6, State News, Ryan Guy. 7, Beach Roller, Mike Healy. 8, Edam Sports Baby, Denis Audette. And the trailer is 9, The Amazing Sando for Stéphane Pouliot. They're approaching the start. And they're off, striding out from the center of the pack. NC Rockabye with Stock and Pantheon Sealster to her inside. It's NC Rockabye making an uncharacteristic move to the front for Robert Shepard, and she lands there early. Sitting second, the 14-year-old Pantheon Sealster. Following from third is Stock as they round the opening turn towards the quarter pole, led by NC Rockabye in 28 and 1, up to challenge right in front of the grandstand. And moving to the lead now is the Amazing Sando, amazingly opening up by 2 for Stéphane Pouliot. Sitting second now, back there by a couple of lengths, NC Rockabye as they head around the turn. She is followed third by Pantheon Sealster as they head to the half. Still sitting fourth is Stock. The halfway point was reached in 56 and 2 with the Amazing Sando out there by a couple of lengths, keeping pace from second. NC Rockabye exiting the safety of the pylons to come first over. Into third now is Stock, shuffled back inside to fourth. Pantheon Sealster coming on from further back. They're still chasing after the front striding Amazing Sando, 125 flat to 3/4, and coming after him, it's Stock, and sitting third, NC Rockabye has work ahead for the stretch drive as the Amazing Sando tries to bottom out this field. Everyone else is clustered behind the top 3 and battling for fourth. It's going to be the Amazing Sando. Up for second was Stock. Third, NC Rockabye ahead of a fast closing State News, 155 flat. Unofficial results are posted for race 8 with 9, the Amazing Sando, a winner at odds of 13 to 1 for Stéphane Pouliot. Second, the 4, Stock, at odds of 35 to 1. Third, 5, NC Rockabye. Fourth, 6, State News. Hold all tickets. The unofficial Race 8 winner is now coming back to the winner's circle, victorious in his first start of the year. Number 9, the Amazing Sando. He's a 7-year-old bay gelding by Daly out of Gilbert, Hanover, owned by Manon Tremblay and Christian Fortin of Jonquière, Quebec, bred by Jamie Smith of Charlottetown, PEI, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. The 155 flat victory is now official. Prices are now posted. 9, the Amazing Sando returns $28 to win. The $2 9-4 exactor pays $1,314.70. The $1 try 945 pays $6,411.20. The Race 8 rundown is now posted. 1, Officer Jones finished 6th. 4 to 5, beaten favorite Ray's Credit. The 2 was 5th. 3, Pantheon Sealster was 9th. 4, Stock finished 2nd. 5, NC Rockabye was 3rd. 6, State News 4th. 7, Beach Roller 8th. 8, Edam Sports Baby, 7th, and the 13-1 winner from Post 9, the Amazing Sando. From the top down, your program should read 659-234-871. The fractions were 28-1 for the opening quarter, 56-2 to the half, 125 flat to 3/4, 155 flat, the winning mile in the first start and victory of the year for the amazing Sando and Stéphane Pouliot. Coming up, race 9, second last of the card, Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and the start of the late double.
These are the top drivers at Rideau Carleton Raceway.
Post parade, stepping on track now for race 9. These pacers are non-winners of $15,000 or 2 races lifetime. Also eligible, $20,000 claimers for non-winners of $30,000 lifetime, with non-winners of a race this year allowed $2,500. The purse, $6,200. One is J-Port Lexus, owned by Jean-Francois Gauthier, trained by Sylvain Tremblay, and driven by Pascal Berube. Two is Century Jazz, owned by Gestion, J.Y. Blay Incorporated, and a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. Three is current 2 to 5 favorite Conquest Sealster, owned by Kathleen Pelletier, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. Four is Badlands Bay, owned by Denis Nadeau with Nicolas Soucy, trained by Eric Milo, and driven by Robert Shepard. 5 is Walk Off ZTAM, owned by Scott Miller, trained by Christina Miller, driven by Joshua Miller. 6 is Moonwalker, owned by Patrick Dillon and Patty Hoskin, trained by Mike Armstrong and driven by Ryan Guy. Completing the field is the 7 Friar Voltaire, owned by a numbered Canadian corporation with Lloyd Stone, Michael Horwood, and trainer Victor Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. That's your field for race 9. No changes here. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and late double wagering. dropping to 1-2. It's the 3, Conquest Sealster, who took a lifetime best 153-3 mark here Sunday. He cleared early leader Friar Voltaire on the first turn and just kept going, winning by open lengths over next best Moonwalker. Conquest Sealster had his first seasonal win in his 6th start of the year. And again, that was a new lifetime mark. He's in good form right now. That front end win, a convincing one by 4 1/4 lengths with a last quarter of 27-3. Conquest Sealster, a popular choice here. I'm leaning towards the 4, Badlands Bay, as a spot play selection here for Robert Shepard. Badlands Bay never missed the exactor at this track last year. He cut the fractions December 10th for Robert Shepard and hunted down late by Skylo Low that race. He did do the heavy lifting on a good racing surface. He's coming here today from Hippodrome 3R. He was second over from 5th on the second turn last Sunday and got parked out. He came on late and was out-sprinted for place by Betts Beach, who won earlier tonight at Rideau Carleton at odds of 1-9. The starter has called the race 9 field, last chance to play the daily double. They're lining up. It's 1, J Port Lexus, Pascal Berube. 2, Century Jazz, Stefan Pouliot. 3, Conquest Sealster, Guy Gagnon. 4, Badlands Bay, Robert Shepard. 5, Walk Off, Zedtam for Josh Miller. 6, Moonwalker, Ryan Guy. And 7, Friar Voltaire, Jimmy Gagnon. They're in the turn, approaching the start. Hanging back, the 2, Century Jazz. The rest are lined up perfectly. They're off with 5 of them leaving quickly to contest the early lead, and Badlands Bay inching out ahead and landing on the lead ahead of Conquest Sealster, but it's far from settled. Caught first over early is Moonwalker, who's going to have to moonwalk back to 3rd on the inside, just ahead of Friar Voltaire. And it's unsettled on the front end because Conquest Sealster has refused to take the pocket and surges to the lead for Guy Gagnon past the 27-2 opening quarter. Close up in the pocket, though, Badlands Bay. Following 3rd is Moonwalker. 4th, Friar Voltaire. 5th, J Port Lexus, followed by Walkover, Zedtam, and at the back of the field is Century Jazz. They're single file around the second turn, headed to the half with the favorite up front. 57-3, a 30-1 second panel for Conquest Sealster en route to the halfway point. Badlands Bay still sits second. Here comes a first over brush from Moonwalker, exiting the pylons and moving up into second. First over. Back in third now, Badlands Bay. Following fourth is Friar Voltaire. And then it's a couple of lengths back to J Port Lexus, followed by Walk Off Zetam, and trying to come on late Century Jazz, striding away on the front end now. Conquest Sealster out there by 5 at 3/4, 1:26-1. It looks like Conquest Sealster against the clock now as that lead just keeps widening, looking like the place finisher, Moonwalker, trying to hang on ahead of the late speed, but Conquest Sealster, Conquest successful once again over Moonwalker in 1:54-2. Unofficial results are now posted for race 9, the 3 Conquest Sealster, the unofficial winning favorite for Guy Gagnon at odds of 1-9. Second, 6 Moonwalker. Third, 5 Walk Off Zetam at odds of 25-1. And fourth was 7 Friar Voltaire. Hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, race 9 unofficial winner, number 3 Conquest Sealster. He's a 4-year-old bay gelding by All Bets Off out of Call It Courage, owned by Kathleen Pelletier of Mirabel, Quebec, bred by Sealster Farms Incorporated of Lucan, Ontario, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's the second seasonal win for Conquest Sealster in the 7th start this year. It was just Conquest Sealster against the clock in the final portion of that 1:54-2 mile. Congratulations. And race 9 is now official. Race winner, number 3, Conquest Sealster, returns $2.30 to win. The $2 exactor 3-6 combination pays $5.90. The $1 try 3-6-5 pays $82.15. The $1 super 3-6-5-7 combination pays $519.85. The race 9 rundown is now posted. 1, J-Port Lexus finished 6th. 2, Century Jazz was 5th. 3, Conquest Sealster, the 1-9 favorite, the race winner for Guy Gagnon. 4, Badlands Bay finished 7th. 5, Walk Off Zedtam was 3rd. 6, Moonwalker was 2nd. And 7, Friar Voltaire was 4th. From the top down, your program should read 6517324. The fractions were 27 and 2 for the opening quarter, 57 and 3 to the half, 126 and 1 at 3/4, 154 and 2. The winning mile by Conquest Sealster. The last race is coming up, race 10, the Robbie D'Alessandro pace with exactor, triactor, and high five wagering. There are 3 scratches. The 2, Play the Ace, is a vet scratch. 8, Rockin' My Dream, a transportation scratch. And the also eligible Time to Dancing is scratched and does not draw in. As we await the post parade, race 10 selections are now posted. Glenn Pearson believes 7, Stonebridger Maze, will benefit from the class relief here, regardless of post. And in fact, his post position has improved slightly with the scratch of the 2, Play the Ace. He's counting on Stonebridger Maze with the 9, Favaro Sealster second, and Carson Star Choice, the new Rideau arrival for Guy Gagnon, third from the rail. I like Carson Star Choice on top. Sonny Bow, the 6 for second. He's likely to want the front end as well. 7, Stonebridger Mez, definitely part of my ticket with the class relief from post 7. And then Favaro Sealster for 4th. Completing my high 5, I'm looking to the 5, Woodmere Gaelic and Ryan Guy. Glenn sees it similarly to complete his high 5 ticket. It's been like a driving tournament here tonight. Stéphane Pouliot, 2 driving wins. Pascal Berube, 2 driving wins. Robert Shepard, also 2. And Guy Gagnon leading with 3. The post parade is coming out for race 10, the Robbie D'Alessandro pace, $10,500 claimers, also eligible non-winners of $2,000 in their last 5 starts. They're going for a purse of $6,000. One is current 6-5 favorite Carson Star Choice, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon with Seth McLeod, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. 2, Play the Ace, is a vet scratch. 3, Albert Alpha is owned by Écurie Alpha with Anne-Marie Demare, Yves and Yvonne Leprise, trained by Sylvain Tremblay and driven by Pascal Berube. 4 is Uber Hanover, owned by Nicole Corbin, trained by Yves Corbin and driven by Stéphane Brosseau. 5 is Woodmere Gaelic, owned by Antonio DeMario and Antonio Belfiore, trained by Steve Belisle, driven by Ryan Guy. 6 is Sonny Bow, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. 7 is Stonebridger Mez, owned, trained, and driven by Jacques Baudouin. 8, Rockin' My Dream, is a transportation scratch. Completing the field from the second tier, number 9, Favaro Sealster, owned by Michel Letarte, with Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Robert Shepard. That's your field for the last of the night here in the nation's capital with exactor, triactor, and high 5 wagering. Current 8-5 favorite, Carson Star Choice, is a new arrival to Rideau Carleton. He was claimed on May 14th at the Raceway at Western Fair. He was a beaten favorite on that occasion. He was caught wide on the first turn, backed down to third, and came first over on the second turn, getting parked by the leader, Dark Moves. He was parked out but fought gamely to come on late for show. He's up in class here, but the beaten 3-5 favorite is in the hands of the King, leading the night with 3 driving wins, Guy Gagnon. There's still time to wager on race 10. Last wagering opportunity of the night here at Rideau Carleton. Exactor, Triactor, and High Five windows remain open. They're lining up now for the Robbie D'Alessandro pace to conclude the card tonight at Rideau Carleton Raceway. From the inside out there, the 1, Carson Star Choice, Guy Gagnon. 2 is Scratch. 3 is Albert Alpha for Pascal Berube. 4 is Uber Hanover for Stéphane Brosseau. 5 is Woodmere Gaelic for Ryan Guy. 6, Sunny Bow, Stéphane Pouliot. 7, Stonebridge Hermes, Jacques Baudouin. 8 is Scratched. And from the second tier, the 9 is Favaro Sealster for Robert Shepard. They're on the turn, headed to the start of the last of the night. Lining up. They're off and pacing and launching from post 3, Albert Alpha for Berube, headed to the front, but he's facing a challenge already. Matching strides to his outside is Sunny Bow, who's now stepping ahead, and on his outside, first over and pushing on is Stonebridge Hermes. It's a battle to the opening quarter. Stonebridge Hermes on the outside, Sunny Bow on the inside through a 27-1 opening panel, getting stretched out by Sunny Bow. It's now Stonebridge Hermes landing on the lead and quickly opening up by a length and a half for Jacques Baudouin. Sitting second, Sunny Bow. Third, Carson Star Choice, followed in fourth by Albert Alpha. Then it's back to Woodmere Gaelic, following him Uber Hanover. And moving first over from the back of the field, Favaro Sealster. They're in that turn and reaching the halfway point in 56-1, Stonebridge Hermes on the front end. Tight in the pocket, second, Sunny Bow. Looking to come first over now from third, Carson Star Choice steps out for Gagnon. And further back, it's Albert Alpha. Stonebridge Hermes under siege from Carson Star Choice. And he makes front for Gagnon, opening up by 3. Carson Star Choice, leaving Stonebridge Hermes second at 3/4, 1:24 and 3. Coming first over now from third is Sunny Bow, chasing him second over, Favaro Sealster. And coming down the stretch, there's no choice but Carson Star Choice, a star in his debut for Guy Gagnon. And he gets there by a good 10 lengths ahead of next best. Place finish, 1:53 flat. Carson Star Choice. Photo for place. Unofficial results are now posted for race 10. The 1, Carson Star Choice, a 2-1 winner for Guy Gagnon. Second, 7, Stonebridge Hermes, 4-5 favorite. Third, number 6, Sunny Bow. Fourth, the 5, Woodmere Gaelic. And fifth, 9, Favaro Sealster. Hold all tickets. Now returning to have his picture taken, the unofficial race 10 winner, Carson Star Choice. He's a 5-year-old bay gelding by Better Than Cheddar out of Carson's Lady Luck, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon, incorporated with Seth McLeod of Gatineau, Quebec, bred by David Carson of Listowel, Ontario, trained and driven to victory by Guy Gagnon in his first start after the claim. That's a 3rd win this season in his 21st seasonal start. Carson Star Choice in 1:53 flat. And that's a new lifetime mark. Congratulations. Race 10 is now official. The 1 Carson Star Choice returns $6.20 to win. The 1-7 Exactor pays $11.90. The $1 Pick 4, 1931, returns $345.70. The $1 or the $1 Pick 5, 61931, returns $683.70, paying on 5 of 5. 20-cent Super High 5 here, 17659 ticket pays $17.52. The $1 Try 176 pays $20.50, and the $2 Late Double 3-1 with back-to-back Guy Gagnon winners pays $8.60. The race 10 rundown is now posted. 1, Carson Star Choice, the race winner for Guy Gagnon. 2, Play the Ace, was a vet scratch. 3, Albert Alpha, finished 7th. 4, Uber Hanover was 6th. 5, Woodmere Gaelic was 4th. 6, Sunny Bow finished 3rd. 7, Stonebridge Hermes was 2nd as beaten 4-5 favorite. 8, Rockin' My Dream was a transportation scratch. 9, Favaro Sealster finished 5th. From the top down, your program should read 1 scratch 7-6 4-3 2 scratch 5. The fractions were 27-1, 56-1, 124-3, 153 for the winning mile and new lifetime mark for number 1 Carson Star Choice and Guy Gagnon, his 4th driving win of the night. Thanks for joining us this evening, whether on track or online. Handle for tonight's 10 races was $258,401. Join us again when racing resumes on Thursday, May 30th, post time, 4 p.m. Drive safely. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I'm Melissa Keith, track announcer.